Honourable members, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, we do not have quorum. I therefore suspend Parliament to the further reading of the bill. Honorable members, we have quorum. Member for Rabaul will lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Father, you are the uncreated being. You are the all-knowing God. You know each and every one of us members of this parliament. Praise you and thank you that you are the omnipresent God too. You are present with us whether we believe it or not. Father, this morning we come to you just as we are, in the name of Jesus. We pray, Father, seeking the guidance, the leadership of your Holy Spirit to lead us in our deliberations, our debates this morning, the questions without notice, and many more that will transpire on the floor of this parliament. Father, this is our prayer. We pray that you'll forgive us. Forgive all our iniquities, all our trespasses, all our sins, our disobediences, our disbelief. Cleanse us with the precious blood of your Son, Jesus Christ, and set each and every one of us here free. In your name, Jesus, we pray as we say the prayer that you taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honorable members, I have to inform the Parliament that I have, in accordance with Section 110 of the Constitution, certified 6 legislation made by the National Parliament. A list of this legislation appears in today's minute of proceedings. Honorable members, I acknowledge the presence in the public gallery of Parliament, the members of the Moresby Tutumang and the Western Provincial Executive Council, grade 7 and 8 students and their teachers from Tubu Primary School in the Central Province, the Pathfinders from Gordon's Adventist Church, grade 8 students and their teachers from Gerehu Primary School, and grade 7 students and their teachers from Hola Demonstration Primary School in the National Capital District. On behalf of the Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Clerk, any petitions, notices? Honourable members, question time. The Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I seek leave before my question to the Honourable Prime Minister to hand up the Opposition's National Kina Stabilisation Policy for the Hansard, which will preface my question.
The Honourable Opposition Leader, I got advice that you will ask your question first, and while you're asking your question, the advice will be given if that can be submitted.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In that regard, I will send a copy to the Prime Minister and the Economic Ministers first, so that they're fully aware of the policy alternative offered by this very credible opposition for their contemplation and adoption. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my question to the Honourable Prime Minister is with regards to the recent scandal that's affected the Papua New Guinea Defence Force. And just to seek clarity for this Honourable House and the people of Papua New Guinea, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think it's important that all members of the House appreciate and concur that the Defence Force is the Papua New Guinea Defence Force. I wished it was the Chuava Defence Force or the Hirikoira Defence Force or the Abau Defence Force, but it's not. It's the Papua New Guinea Defence Force. So, with that background, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have been made aware that the Prime Minister has sidelined the former Defence Minister. We would like to know the status of that decision, who is currently the acting Defence Force Minister, and whether there will be, Mr. Deputy Speaker, an appointment of a permanent Defence Force Minister with respect to the very, very important role that the Defence Force plays with protecting the sovereignty of the country, its territories, and its participation in the up-and-coming national general election in 2027, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Opposition Leader, we have a point of order.
There shouldn't be a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Opposition Leader, we have a point of order. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With due respect to the opposition leader, I stepped aside and the Prime Minister did not sideline me. This is something that is unprecedented. I understand there are many leaders on the opposite side who have had allegations like that and they never stood down. But I have stepped aside, so have some respect. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, Honourable Opposition Leader, Honourable Minister, you seem to like to debate the question raised by the opposition leader. It will be the Prime Minister whom the question is asked to. The Prime Minister will respond as what decision he took on the answer. So, Opposition Leader, continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So we confirm that that point of order is out of order, and we will continue with the questioning. So the question, Deputy Speaker, is who is the current acting Minister for the Defence Force? And from a governance perspective, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if the Prime Minister is the current acting Defence Force Minister in his capacity as the Prime Minister, and the Secretary for the Defence Force is also related to the Prime Minister, does that not raise serious allegations of conflict of interest and governance, a lack of governance? This erosion of public institutions so important to our democracy like the Papua New Guinea Defence Force requires the enforcement of governance standards at the highest level. So can the good Prime Minister confirm his relationship with the Secretary of the Defence Force and tell this Honourable House and the people of Papua New Guinea whether there is a clear and glaring conflict of interest? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to appreciate the member for Suave, the opposition leader, for asking a series of important questions that is currently contemporary in relation to what has happened at Murray Barracks. Firstly, on his ask on who is the acting Defence Minister, I want to give him a straight answer. Prime Minister devolves ministerial powers to ministers of cabinet, and at any time the Prime Minister can assume the role by determination. Prime Minister, whether myself or the 7 Prime Ministers who came before me, are Minister of Ministers. So at any time power can be subsumed back into the person who holds the office of Prime Minister to assume portfolio and leadership over that portfolio. And so I want to say that nothing sinister, and I give commendation to the member for Nipa Kurubu, unprecedented, an allegation was made against PNG Defence Force when he was presiding over the Defence Force as minister, and he voluntarily stepped aside. And he said, Mr. Prime Minister, you can do whatever you want to do with the defense portfolio because investigations has been sanctioned.
Honourable Prime Minister, we have a point of order. Deputy Opposition Leader, what's your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, there's common reference in this narrative or discussion that there's a minister can step aside. Could the Prime Minister correct himself and correct the minister also? There is no such thing as stepping aside at law. According to the Defence Act or the Constitution, there is no provision for a minister to step aside. The minister should resign or be terminated. Which is it? What is the legal basis?
Honourable Deputy Opposition Leader, I take note of your point of order, but you seems to be like debating the question. So allow the Prime Minister to answer the question. Honourable Deputy Opposition Leader, I've already made a decision on your, like as I've taken note of your order, point of order, the Prime Minister will respond accordingly. So allow the Prime Minister to answer.
All right, so Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon. In a house of many Prime Minister aspirants, maybe I've conferred a blessing to you.
Thank you.
But I want to say that you have been one who never been ambitious. You are content with where you are. But Prime Ministership is not a birthright to James Marabe or one others. It's a process that establishes who becomes Prime Minister. Members on the other side have every right to ask questions that are important for our country. So we do respond appropriately. I want to say the opposition leader's question is pertinent. I have assumed role as a defense minister. In the meantime, when the process of investigation is running, investigation is almost matured. I want to give appreciation to the senior Australian Defence Force high-ranking Brigadier General who's joined in the investigation. We're looking into the totality of what transpired at Mari Barracks, whether the Defence Minister, who's now stepped aside, whether he had a role in what transpired at Mari Barracks, or whether Secretary of Defence had a role in what happened at Mari Barracks, or whether the Defence Commander had a role in what happens at Mari Barracks. Mind you, speaking without the privy of that advice, but knowledge of law, the Defence Council is constituted by these three officers, and, but the operation of the Defence Force is headed by the Defence Force Commander himself. That's where the recruitment come under. So this investigation is started with no element of biasness or preconception. Unlike the opposite, they always preconceive something when they ask questions. We allowed for the investigation to run its course, and when the report is complete, those who have offended the procedures of recruitment in the PNG Defence Force will be dealt with accordingly. There are a lot of inferences, innuendos, and political connotations attached to what is happening at Mari Barracks, but I want to counsel all of us. Step away from this. PNG Defence Force is bigger than James Marabe or all of us. It is a sovereign identity of our country. It is bigger than even the current PNG Defence Force commander or those soldiers who had a hand in what happened. The report will give us fully, including the composition of recruits, where they come from, the manner in which the name got into, who ended up in the bus to go to Goldie. The full report will be completed. I've asked for it to be completed at the very earliest. And if it is completed at the earliest, hopefully within this month or early next month, the report will be made public to all of us here in the Parliament, as well as to the country, so that we restore credibility to PNG Defence Force. Our government, the Marape Rosso, the Pangu coalition-led government have worked strongly to making sure that Defence Force is brought back in its right place, including lifting the PNG Defence Force to a 7,000 man on strength ceiling, including deploying over possibility of 10,000 Papua New Guineans, grade 12 graduates to be picked to go and enlist in Australian Defence Force, Yesterday, it warmed my heart to see a Papua New Guinean, second in command of the battalion, the Australian Defence Force battalion in Townsville, leading the parade in Townsville. It shows what our people are capable of doing, but we allow this petty nonsense and self-interest to creep in along the way, and we will not leave any stones unturned. The second question, where the opposition leader alluded to, the current Defence Secretary being related to me, I want to put it on record. He's got no blood relation to me whatsoever. He's half Chimbu and half Taripori. He served our country as Managing Director of Livestock Development Corporation for more than 10 years. And what's wrong with him qualified to get a job? That was out on tender. He got a job even before this government matured. And so he's now serving second term. But as this investigation is going to, if he has a hand in any of the wrong that has taken place, he will be part of those who leave out the job as far as the outcome of the investigation is concerned. We are not here to play nepotism. He earned his job on merit, and merit will maintain his job or send him out of job. And so I just want to ask all of us, don't sensationalize things because things are out there in the public place. Play politics with decorum at the space of politics. Ask questions with good intent, because we're nurturing the young people, and I acknowledge them who are sitting in wards. They watch and see what is happening. Ordinary Papuanians, believe it or not, read into the motive of your heart when you ask questions. And ask with decorum, ask with clarity, ask with intention to correct, and for good public policy without element of politics and self-grandeur in the questions we ask. Mr. Akipe, I beg your pardon, the Secretary concerned, this Parliament is not in Parliament to defend himself. The process will run. 3 key offices is under scrutiny in this investigation: the Office of Secretary of Defense, the Office of Commander of Defense, and the Office of Minister of Defense. The Honourable Minister, Dr. Billy Joseph, has not been removed as a portfolio minister. He still remains as Minister responsible for national disaster, which is arm's length from defense, and National Volunteer Service under portfolio allocations. 3 specific portfolios, including, I beg your pardon, 4. Fire services, National Disaster Services, and Volunteer Services were parked under one minister looking after these different portfolios. He's moved away from defense. As we go through defense, I've assumed leadership over defense until the investigation is complete. If he is innocent, he'll be restored back. But if we feel for the integrity of the entire process, he'll be moved to another portfolio. That's a subject of process that is awaited.
Point of order, Member for Abang. What's your point of order?
Just for some clarity, the Prime Minister has just admitted that the former Defence Minister has taken over some of the portfolios under the Defence Ministry. My understanding is that under the Defence Ministry, all those come under one ministry. Is the Prime Minister admitting that he's created another ministerial determination for a separate minister? I think those are 2 different issues. That means that Prime Minister has now increased the number of ministers through this determination to 40. Thank you, Acting Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member for Habau, I will treat your point of order as a supplementary question because I think the Prime Minister have already answered that. Prime Minister, I would ask you to allow you to respond to the point of order raised by Member for Habau. Prime Minister.
All right. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, for standing as you were talking. Mr. Speaker, it surprises me that a very senior in this House cannot differentiate between portfolios and ministry. It really surprised me that a minister and various portfolios. And so he was Minister of Defense, as well as Minister for Disaster, as well as Minister for National Volunteer Service, as well as Minister for Fire Services. Those acts of Parliament came under one minister, and that minister was in the form of Dr. Billy Joseph. So the portfolio relating to defense was moved away from him. He still remains minister over the other portfolios. The Act of Parliament that administers those respective functions are under him still. He doesn't preside over defense force right now. So I hope those clarity surface. We have not created new ministry.
The Honourable Member for Yalibu Pangia, are you raising a point of order or a supplementary?
Order, Mr.
A point of order.
I think the
What's your point of
Prime
order?
Minister is misleading Parliament again, Mr. Speaker. There's only, the good minister is only sworn to ministry as one minister, as an office of the minister. Now, if he is stood aside as minister, how does he continue to become a minister of other ministries? There's no such thing in law that allows this to go in. And I know the Prime Minister is struggling to answer this question. But, Mr. Speaker, also to you, this question is now, as the Prime Minister answers this question, it's taken over 12 minutes. When there are many other questions on this floor, can you regulate timing of answering questions and asking questions? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Yalibu Pangia, your point of seeing the timing, I think I concur with you. I will ask all members of ministers to respond to questions and make time available for others too. But in relation to the question you've raised in point of order, I'll allow the Prime Minister, if you can elaborate a little on the point of order raised by the member for Yalibu Pangia.
Mr. Speaker, if they want me to shorten my response, they stop interjecting with supplementaries, camouflage in point of orders. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the answer is simple. For instance, there are 39 ministers, they hold many portfolios. Portfolios relate to jobs. You look at, for instance, I'll just give you one example. One person in Honorable John Rosso, Deputy Prime Minister, member for Ley, he's got Ministry for Lands, Fiscal Planning, and also Immigration today. So if anything pertaining to lands comes up, the Prime Minister then withdraws the lands function, subject to investigation, but he still does the other job relating to other ministries. And it surprised me when very experienced, seasoned members of Parliament are just trying to make something that is not really something. The Honourable Dr. Billy Joseph, in as far as defense portfolio is concerned, is innocent until proper investigation completes the case. And if he is found to have breached his duties as defense minister, well then decommissioning completely from defense ministry and other portfolios will take place. Or the Prime Minister of the day, or myself in this case, will decide. You have conflicted there, you remain minister in other sectors, and defense ministry is freed up. So it's as simple as days to night. I don't know why these leaders on the other side is trying to concoct something out of nothing. But in any case, just to give back to summarize the questions, two questions that the opposition leader asked. The investigation is running. Upon its completion, we will decide what is the next case. Certainly, myself as Prime Minister will not be Defence Minister till for a long time. Until that investigation is complete, then we will decide what happens in the defence portfolio in itself. At this point in time, Minister Billy remains a Minister of State, has not been decommissioned. He holds lots of other portfolios entrusted upon him. There's an Act of Parliament that governs how these important organs of government are administered. And in the Defence Secretary that is questioned, is a Papua New Guinea entitled to apply for a job through a due process. He secured his job. If the investigation finds that he has a hand in the misuse and abuse that has taken place, well, he too will face the same music, so to speak. But it will not rest at just a 3. We're looking at the totality. It will go below the entire process of recruitment. And we will hopefully unearth what has gone wrong up there, and a report will come. And those who have caused the problem, including the lawlessness in Mare Barracks, will then face appropriate due processes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Usino Bundi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For the viewing public, I rise in this honourable House before you to ask a series of questions around a very pertinent subject that is currently a major concern for all fuel consumers in Papua New Guinea. My question without notice is directed to the Minister for Rural and Economic Development and Chairman of the High-Level Task Force overseeing the 1 billion Kina Fuel Relief Subsidy Program, and would kindly ask our good Prime Minister, Treasurer, and our good Minister for Petroleum to please take note. Firstly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we praise the Marape Rosso government's immediate and timely intervention in this very pressing issue. However, 1 billion Kina is a lot of money. Could you explain to this House and to the nation if this 1 billion Kina is captured in this year's government budget? And if not, where and how did the government amass the emergency relief funding to mitigate this very pressing issue? Second, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe a total of 630 million Kina of the 1 billion Kina is already paid to directly offset the costs of importers like ExxonMobil and Puma Energy in the first quarter. Would you tell this nation the time frame for the fuel subsidy rollout and whether or not it is sustainable given a total of 600 million Kina of the 1 billion Kina is already being exhausted in just the first quarter? And also, the conflict in Middle East is still continuing to provide some level of, so we should provide some level of comfort for fuel consumers in PNG. Third, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the ICCC issued strict warnings against price gouging by operators, particularly our PNV owners and bus drivers right across the country. Yet in the face of fuel price uncertainties, many PNV owners, bus drivers, even trucking companies, and everyday fuel consumers are quite unsettled whether this fuel price stability would last. Could you assure this nation some level of comfort regarding the sustainability of the fuel subsidy in this fuel crisis time, in this time of fuel crisis and uncertainty? Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, being an island floating on a sea of oil and natural gas, our people are curious about the government's action for a long-term solution regarding the fuel crisis. Are there any serious or strategic conversations by this government on downstream processing of oil and natural gas in PNG as a long-term solution to mitigate the fuel shortages in Papua New Guinea? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Minister for Rural and Development, Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I appreciate the question from the member for Usino Bundi on this important issue. As we all know, the global crisis and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has caused increase in global prices of oil worldwide. So this is not a problem that this only PNG faces, but the entire world. And as a result of that, during the war, and a lot of the facilities in 9 countries around that region have been damaged, particularly the oil fields and storage facilities and that. So we can expect the oil to continue to, prices to continue to remain high for some time. And so the questions raised by the member for Ishinobundi is an appropriate question. As you all know, in April this year, the war in the Middle East has caused prices to rise. And the government came in very quickly and intervened to stabilize the fuel. And I think the policy pursued at the time was that we need to act very quickly to stabilize price. Because if we do not, the volatility in the price and the high prices will creep into the rest of the economy, and that's going to create inflationary pressures, increase the high cost structure of the economy, including affecting our consumers, particularly of fuel, and also in the shops when parents go to buy groceries and things like that. And so the longer we leave it, it's bad for our country. So the government acted very, very quickly and stabilized the price. And until now, I don't hear any complaints about prices. And the price stabilization program has successfully stabilized prices in the country.
It is true that, and so as a result of that, I just want to inform this Honorable House and the country that the stabilization program of the government has greatly reduced our price, and our price in the country is very low compared in terms of diesel prices, petroleum prices, Kero, Jet A1 prices, compared to countries in the region like Australia, New Zealand, Fiji, the Philippines. I think the only one that's below Papua New Guinea is Indonesia, and as a result of our subsidy program. So I just wanted to add that for our information. In relation to, so that's the, I just wanted to mention that as a result of the government's intervention program of the 1 billion Kina that Cabinet approved. In relation to the member's question, the 1 billion Kina, as we all know, is not budgeted in this year's budget, given the nature of the event. However, I just want to point out that the 1 billion Kina is only 3.4% of the total net expenditure and lending. And so it is within the government's ambit and treasury to reallocate resources within its existing budget to allocate. If it is 10% or above, then it has to come to Parliament. But that's a decision for Treasury to make. I just wanted to reassure the honourable member of that. So far, we have released around 600 or so million Kina. We released about 247 million Kina, followed by recently an additional 383 million Kina. So that amounts to about 600 million Kina, thereabouts. And so we still have scope to look at. The main issue, and I agree, is the sustainability of the program. We have looked at a number of policy options to see how we can be able to sustain this subsidy program. As you all know, the Middle East war and the tension there has not eased down. As of today, the spot price for crude oil is around $93.5 US a barrel. Around April, it was around $139 US per barrel. So it's easing down, but it will continue to remain high above for some time. And so the issue of sustainability of the fuel price is very important, and the task force team, together with Treasury, we are working around looking at many different policy options so that we can be able to sustain the subsidy program. And whatever decisions that will be taken on in relation to the sustainability aspect of it will be something that we will take to Cabinet to look at. In relation to the issue, yes, there's a lot of opportunities around, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There are those that will continue to price gouge, increase prices, and I just want to point out that for any of our people out there who feel that the suppliers or the retailers at the price gouging level, if they are increasing prices unnecessarily, they can call ICCC on this number. The call sign is 7036-8350. Call the ICCC so that they can go down and investigate that complaint and penalize them. So I just want to make that very clear. On that, also, in relation to the last question, or the other second last question in relation to how long the subsidy will last. As I said, this is a matter that we are currently, the task force team and Treasury are working on. If we can come up with certain sustainability options, we should be able to push that back towards the end of the year or so. And then we can look at what options are there as the global oil prices of crude oil continues to remain high. Otherwise, the last question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in relation to domestic market obligations, this is an important question and area to speak on. And so I just want to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I understand that the Minister for Energy will be presenting a detailed report in answer to, I think, a question from the opposition on this matter. And so I just want to say that in this report, he will be specifically talking about the refinery and domestic processing. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Fly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I ask my question, can I seek leave of the House to extend question time, because most of the times have been taken by the first questions and many want to raise questions. Can I ask extension of another 20 minutes?
Honourable members, the question is that the question time be extended for another 20 minutes. Those in favour, please stand. Thank you. Absolute majority. Members can be seated. Honourable Member, you have the support of the House. As you've seen the importance of members wanting to ask questions, so please, any background of any question raised, make that short. Ministers, get to the point of answering the question so we have enough members to ask their question. The Honourable Member for North Fly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the people of North Fly and all Papua New Guineans concerned with accountability and the image of our capital city. My questions go to two matters of public interest. First, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the prudent use of public funds.
Honourable Member for North Fly, my apology, the Speaker have been carried away and did not hear who you are asking your question to, so please can you address the Chair whom your question is directed to?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My question is directed to the Prime Minister.
To the Prime Minister. Then go ahead.
Let me repeat again. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of North Fly and all Papua New Guineans concerned with accountability and the image of our capital city. My questions to the Prime Minister are to two matters of public interest. First, the prudent use of public funds in the operation of the Prime Minister's office. And second, the state of Port Moresby as of the face of our nation to the world. Mr. Deputy Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, I direct the following two questions to the Prime Minister. Question one, regarding relocation of the Prime Minister and NEC office. I note that the office of the Prime Minister and the NEC Council have vacated the rent-free Se Manazube house and have now relocated to a new privately owned building. Can the Prime Minister inform Parliament why this move was made, what the annual rental cost of the new building, and whether proper procurement and value for money process were followed in securing the lease, and who owns the building? Further, can the Prime Minister assure if the national security of our country is not compromised by renting someone else's property? Question two is in relation to the cleanliness and upgrading of our capital city. Mr. Speaker, Port Moresby remains unhygienic in many areas. Sabasugolo, Waigani traffic or Yugolo Manu or 6 Mile or Ogada Hub, very unhygienic, with poor waste management, inadequate public toilets, and public transportation amenities that do not reflect the standard expected of PNG's capital city. Street sales of beetle nut, stains everywhere. You see Olman Karim Buai around the street, side block car, suppose line up block, Q block car, Olman sit down yet, Karim Buai around street. That's a bad image for us. And many unhygienic products and activities. What immediate measures is the government taking to clean up Port Moresby and to fund and implement an upgrade of its public spaces, transport, amenities ahead of many conventions?
Honorable Member Notfly, we have a point of order from the Governor of the city. Honorable Governor, what's your point of order?
Deputy Speaker, with due respect to the member for Notfly, some of these questions is better presented to people like me as governor, because the Prime Minister is not responsible for management of the city. He won't give the context and proper understanding to give a proper, comprehensive reply to this type of question. So, some of these questions should be ruled out of order. The Prime Minister should not be asked to reply to it. He should be asked only perhaps the first question. Second question, I can answer it. Hands down.
Honorable Governor, your point of order is out of order. I know you have the concern of the city, and I think the Prime Minister, who is the Prime Minister of this country, he can answer the question on behalf of you. So, Honorable Member, you sum up your question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just in response with respect to the Honorable Governor, and he forgets that people of North Fly live in Port Moresby too. The question is, what immediate measures is the government taking to clean the Port Moresby and to fund an immediate upgrade of the public spaces? Thank you. Those are the two questions to the Prime Minister.
The Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you, Lord, Member of Not Fly. Lord, ask him this two question, and me like also acknowledge him. Our leaders belong Moresby and also Not Fly Sidano electorate. Not Fly is an electorate very special to me. I spent 6 years of my life from age 2 to age 7 in that electorate, so me looks out on Orlando Not Fly. Come sit on the electorate, especially Orlando. Nomad River, Nigurum, also Bib. It looks out like blast up on top of stage gallery below me. So the question below, member below Not Fly important. Number one, long office rental. And coincidentally, they're both related to one of the rationales of moving into that office space. Some years back, when the Office Allocation Committee advertised for government, for lease of government offices, the proprietor of this building that was emerging right in the face of National Parliament and National Court and Supreme Court House also submitted in the express of interest to lease top 5 floors only. It's a building of about 9 floors. And they sent in the express interest to lease top 5 floors. And when the Office Allocation Committee inquired why only top 5 floors and not the bottom 4 floors, the bottom 4 floors were reserved for public use. They were building a shopping mall right in the face of our National Parliament and our National Supreme Court, National Court and Supreme Court. So just to take you all back, imagine if we have a shopping mall right in the face of our National Parliament. The conversation on untidiness, litter, loiter, and sale of buai would have just taken place right in front of our Parliament if not controlled properly. So the proprietor applied for the use of 5 floors for the national government's list of properties that we are leasing right now. Since 1975, we've always been leasing properties. The annual lease requirement of state to pay to private proprietors amount to over 450 million every year. We've been paying up till today. Our government this year we budgeted 350 million Kina to pay lease. This is not only for that property there, but all the other properties we have been leasing downtown and right across our country. These private property holders have been leasing these properties to state. Since we took office, we initiated a policy called Build, Operate, Lease, Transfer. Our government had made a deliberate decision. We will not only lease and lease and lease forever. We have a country to keep, and country must own buildings. So we will lease, pay and pay out, and in time, state will own those buildings. So that's the policy we have, especially buildings owned by private individuals or companies and not by state entities or subsidiary governments like provincial governments, etc. So that program is in place. We've now asked all who lease properties to us, especially private companies, that we will enter into BOLT. And eventually, state over time will own those buildings. So that process is running, including the Melanesian House under question. Yes, we operated at the Manasupe House. That building is now, we're moving other buildings, other offices we want to move in. They go and take up residence in that office in time as they feel. We'll replace. It is cost saving in the long run in the policy that we've allowed in this government. Eventually, we want to be in buildings that we own ourselves. And through leasing, we are leasing to pay out and own the buildings out. So come back to this office in question. The bottom 4 floors were earmarked by the proprietor. And he told the Office Allocation Committee they'll keep the 4 floors. And the 5 floors were the only one they will lease out to us. And the Office Allocation Committee entered in discussion. We will not lease 5 floors. We want to lease all under the BOLT program. So in time, 10 years or 15 years when you pay out, the state owns the building completely. Imagine linking up to the second question, as I said earlier. We had a Vision City type building right in the doors of our parliament. Instead of having a parliament that is accessed only by those who designate visitors and others to come in for work and visit, you'll be having a commercial station right in the face of Parliament and Courthouse. So the Office Allocation Committee made a decision to lease the entire 9th-floor building. And it has a bigger enough space to relocate Prime Minister's office there without compromising security. We have taken full possession. The Prime Minister's office department has taken full possession of the entire building to make sure security and every other aspect of keeping departmental and national interest safe. The department has taken control under the lease and payout arrangement. And eventually in time, I don't have the full preview of the total contract costs, but within, I've been advised it is amongst the lowest rent or lease price in Wagon area, and Wagon area is one of the highest price charts in as far as real estate is concerned. That office agreement signed by Finance Department, the Office Allocation Committee, has given a lease rate that is lower than most in that precinct or in that area. It's under a program called BOLT. And so I want to give assurance to member for North Fly that it's under this program to eventually state to own the building under lease arrangement. And the second question is answered in the rationale of that move also. The city, I want to comment our governor. I don't know whether you are blind or not, but the city is much better now than it was many years back. It takes time, but all of us have to contribute to the upkeep of the city. Governor has been doing A wonderful job is tried very much to tidy Morocco, tidy Waigani, tidy our city, but ourselves, our people. We go back and we loiter, we litter, we rubbish our city. I want to encourage every one of us. It is not Governor Pakop's city or James Marave's city. City belongs to all of us. Let's protect the city. Litter, our litters be put in places where bins are. We all take care of our city, the city will be a better place. With the NRL coming on board in 2028, we want to present Port Moresby, a livable, a better city, so that we all can be proud of, and let's all assist in the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wewak.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Lo luk sawe lo people lo Wewak. Askim blomi nogat lok sawe golong good minister blong higher education, research, science, technology, and sports. Before me ask him blong me, be like look sawe lol sumatin blomi bla sa chirananta blo gallery lo disla morning time. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of Wewak and East Sepik Province clearly won the democratic bid to host the 9th PNG Unity Games. We followed the rules, signed a legal binding host contract agreement with the PNG Sports Foundation, paid 50,000 Kina bid fee and another 2 million Kina to secure those rights. Ground preparations and infrastructure planning are already well underway in our province. Yet, without any formal consultation with the East Sepik leaders, the Minister has announced a unilateral decision to strip East Sepik of its 2028 hosting rights to bail out Southern Highlands province. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister are, on what legal authority does the Minister or the NEC believe they can unilaterally breach a signed legal binding host contract agreement between provincial government, East Sepik provincial government, and the PNG Sports Foundation? Question 2, why is the Minister penalizing the people of East Sepik for not being organized, and prepared by taking away our games to cover a chronic project stagnation and venue readiness elsewhere? Number 3, question 3, will the Minister commit today to altering this decision and sitting down with the East Sepik leaders to respect our legal contract, or will the national government compensate our province for the millions in funding and planning already disrupted by this announcement? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Higher Education and Sport.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Wewak member for that good question. Before I respond, I also want to acknowledge our students who are here, the leaders that are here, and of course the adventurers from Gordon's Church. Again, I want to make it clear that the decision was taken in the cabinet room. Of course, the intent of the submission I took was a bit different. It was maintaining what we agreed to, and that's what I want to clear to the member for Wewak. But of course, with everything, all the views that were discussed in cabinet, that decision was taken. And so I met with my CEO and the team to reconcile back with the PNG Games Council, Sports Foundation. So obviously, I will be taking a paper back to cabinet to deal with this issue. So again, as PM always says, we are only human, we make mistakes. But this one was taken in full totality of all the conversations, all the issues, and so forth that needed to be made. But I have instructed my CEO to take a paper back to cabinet, again, just to reconcile this conflict. So in due time, I will be able to announce the solution going forward. Thank you.
We have a supplementary question by member for Karamui, Nomani.
My supplementary question to the good minister. Can the good minister inform this House and the people of this country as to how much money was paid to the Southern Highlands provincial government to host the PNG games that we now know has been, we all now know has been deferred? Maybe sometime after 2027. And secondly, whether the Southern Highlands provincial government will repay this money back to the government if the game was to be deferred to 2027 or after 2027 national general election as announced by the government recently. Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Member for Karamui Nomane. The part of the initiation required an investigation, so we will do an investigation as to all the contracts, the totality of everything, all the funding, and be able to report to Cabinet and also to Parliament. So I will give that report in due course. Thank you.
The Honourable Governor of Moresby.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Thank you, Luksavelo Moresby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also, Luksavelo Tutumang leaders, Blue province come staff player, including Western leaders, Narapla School come staff. Mr. Speaker, my question without notice should be directed to the minister responsible for provincial and local level government. But I'd like to redirect that question to the Prime Minister. Now, me ask him if AG, one time Minister of Rural Development can take note. Lo, tupla or triple ask him lo me. Mr. Speaker, you make a triple and blow government. There's a triple and blow government. I'm stopping creating this system of government where you may all be leader along national parliament, work on them online or provincial presidents, now go along or local councillors. Mr. Speaker, you will appreciate this question because you yourself were a former councillor who became an LG president and now a member of parliament, so you can understand the nature and the gravity of my question. Mr. Prime Minister, I thank you and the Cabinet on many occasions have taken very strong decisions to empower all provincial governments as well as all LG level, now especially councillor level, blimi. On that note, me thank him, Attorney General, Honourable Pilaninigi. In one of his submissions when I was in Cabinet, he asked for all of our councillors to come on a payroll, Sogan pay. When you and I sit on this floor, we enjoy the benefit of at least something where looks along you as a member of Parliament. But it's a sad reality when councillors are getting 300 Kina fortnight, every fortnight. Now, this money is a gololo fortnight, Mr. Speaker. And example, I speak, and I know most of our members will appreciate. You like in both Nagolo district headquarters Blomilo Gagidu, both pay 150 Kina. So time morning you go and you come back and 300 Kina fortnight blue pinis. You logolo road 100 Kina, 80 Kina. So 300 Kina fortnight, Mr. Speaker, I'm not enough. Law leaders believe me. And you understand the reality on the ground, Mr. Speaker. Time you, councillor staff, it's your obligation to attend to house cry, die. This Melanesian leadership, believe me. It's sad to admit, but it's very expensive on the ground. Where house cry, you councillor must go, okay, that is like. Now, Mitok, thank you. At the backdrop of what Honourable Pilaninigi's work, the current minister is doing, Prime Minister, it will be good. Time after 50 years, you make some independence, you may go forward. Time me blow big leader, me blow right. Lilig leader too must all right. Blow place, all in place, no in ground. Time you missed up. So my question is, number one, Prime Minister and Treasurer and Minister responsible for rural development can take note. Can we increase in pay belong councillor to at least 1,000 or kind of same? So this leader was established place can only work with pride. Now we only work because of a title now. Thanks to Minister M. Gim Kaubekep na badge. So my question is, can we increase their pay so that at least 1,000 so they can meet him daily expenses? Cost of living has gone high. So number one question to Prime Minister and relevant ministers, can we make an assurance to our local leaders spread throughout this country that we will make an effort to at least increase in pay bill? Number two, you may got all councillor too, now got ward recorder staff. These ward recorders are very important officers on the ground, Mr. Speaker. They record everything, birth dates, death dates, resource, everything with staff ward also now, almost staff pay, but all portion of staff. Is there any comfort we can give to those leaders at that level, at that ward level, that government has a solution that we can bring them in so that Lilik gratitude staff so we can only work time will stop. So this is a two-part question. Me asking the Prime Minister, me almost the work below AG, want the Minister lo put him over the coming so long, Lilik pay in a bell good blow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to say thank you to the Governor of Moresby for asking an important question. Councillors are recognized, finally, by this government. Up till today, they were paid on a random ad hoc basis. But when this Pangu coalition took office, we recognized the importance of our councillors who hold leadership at the community. So for the first time now, they are brought into regular fortnightly pay through our government payroll system. To start off with, 300 Kina a fortnight. And I want to also acknowledge this government's work in a second cluster of village leaders from the judicial arm of government. Our village court officials, again, for the first time now, we paid them under this administration. This is an indication that this administration recognized those who are at the front line, serving our communities, our people, in the diversity we have. Our nation is a big nation, 462,840 square kilometers of land called PNG today, over 800 languages, all in the distinct social structures. It is really, and I thank the Governor of Moresby, it is the councillors in the front line holding our people. It is the village court officials in the front line holding our people. It is the land mediators in the front line holding our people. And this government, on record, is the first government to place these leaders at the community into payroll for the first time.
Member for Sinasina Yangmo, what's your point of order?
Point of order is we do appreciate that the councillors and village court magistrates, mediators are recognized. But the man who did that was the Prime Minister Peter O'Neill back in 2014. On my policy submission as the then Attorney General, so credit should be given to Peter O'Neill, I believe, because it started in 2014. Thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, just like many, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just like many policy intended are half completed, not delivered, we are delivering on this side to commitments made that is undelivered. You can make commitments, but you must deliver on commitments. You must, the actual councillors getting regular pay started under this administration's watch, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and they deserve so. And I thank those who contributed to the promulgation of these policies. But policy intent and promulgation alone will not make it happen. It's actual delivery on these policies, the mechanisms that pay them. And we've delivered for the first time, recognizing that after the 50th going forward, their role in our country remains. And I want to place on record, if this government continues, their role will be amplified by allocating SIPs, service fund, but condition precedent on us tightening the accountability mechanisms. If they are accountable, we'll peg. Second condition precedent will be when our economy goes past a 200 billion Kina economy, we'll have the affordability to empower them with some service improvement funds where they're located, so the constitutional preamble that says PNG way is maintained. I want to inform the country and to our international partners, PNG is not like Australia. PNG is not like UK. PNG is not like USA with the conventional Westminster system of government. We have traditional governance structure that is handled, the leadership obligation handled by governors today, handled by members of parliament today, and handled by our presidents and councillors. So recognizing the sovereignty of these different communities in our total size of our country, This government, if we continue on, will make sure we empower the councillors with resources for them to work as we have empowered them with their regular fortnightly income. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Alatau.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just a quick supplementary. As of yesterday, 25th, will mark 6 months of the councillors being in office. Certain provinces, if the Prime Minister is not aware, councillors haven't been paid up to 6 months. So can the Prime Minister commission a task force or ask the minister responsible to come out with a statement on the status of this? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
All right, we'll keep it short. We'll get the department consent to check, and the provincial administrators in these respective provinces. This is your Section 42 powers. If your councillors are not yet paid, make sure the accounts come in, make sure the names come in, work with respective department consent, and I put Secretary of our provincial local level government on notice, check them. Government has allocated money. It's unfair on the national government who've allocated money for these people not to be paid as we speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary. We have a supplementary by the Governor for Western Highlands.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My supplementary question, going back to the Prime Minister. I think for local level governments, myself, you all know that I'm a councillor too, and I think this government has done a lot for the councillors now. Thank you, Prime Minister. They are so far paid 300 Kina fortnight now, and that has never been done for many, many years. And also last year we passed a law that councillors will, the wards will get 50,000 each. Ward allocation, we passed that in Parliament. But my question now is, we've just completed the LLG elections, and we are 6-7 months into the year, and some of the wards have not, they're still vacant. They're still vacant, so if the government can give the provinces responsibility so that we can conduct elections and fill up those wards. For my province, I think I have about 13 wards vacant. So that's my question. Thank you.
Honourable Prime Minister, I was in a position to rule the supplementary question raised by the Governor as a new question, and I would like to ask him to reserve that question for the Minister when he is available tomorrow. I can allow him to. But since then, he already asked to you, to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I'll allow you to respond. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I'll keep it short. Over, I think it's 6,112 wards in our country. 6,112 wards, and I stand to be corrected if my memory is wrong, but certainly over 6,000 wards. 97% of the wards have been delivered. Councillors have been elected. 3% we had failed elections, some of them, as you alluded to. Mr. Governor, you're a good governor in your province. I've seen the work you do, and you studied always in your provincial assembly. It is not wrong for you to conduct those elections. In fact, these are some of the functions that we intend to devolve to provincial government. So we look into this. We can trial the 3% that is failed throughout our country to be run by the provincial government, something that is no-brainer in my view, but we need to look at the law that allows for devolution to you conducting elections. So we'll look into this space. We hope to fill those 3% that is vacant throughout our country at the very earliest, so that leadership at the front line of our people and community is filled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry? Masih. Honourable members, our question time has lapsed. Papers, Minister for Rural and Economic.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to statute, I present the report relating to the Billum digital platform awareness that was introduced to Milne Bay, Moresby, Western Highlands, Eastern Highlands, West New Britain, and East New Britain provinces and districts in 2023. Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to make a statement in connection with this report.
Is leave granted? Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today, I rise to inform this Honourable House of a transformative initiative undertaken by the Marape Rosso government, the Billum digital platform. The Billum digital platform is more than a technological innovation that is aimed at assisting all electorates across Papua New Guinea to improve acquittals of service improvement program funds received, to improve transparency and overall accountability. The name Billum reflects a uniquely Papua New Guinean concept, as we all know. Just as the traditional Billum carries and holds important items that support daily life, the Billum digital platform is designed to carry the weight of our nation's aspirations, connecting communities and institutions in one shared space. It is a bold step forward to strengthen the foundations of transparency, accountability, and efficiency in the delivery of basic services across Papua New Guinea. Mr. Deputy Speaker, through the Billum digital platform, every Kina invested in development will be traceable. Leaders and citizens alike will have real-time access to information on the projects, ensuring that resources reach the people for whom they are intended. Every project will be monitored. The Billum digital project will strengthen the national governments through the Department of Implementation and Rural Development and equip them with the capacity for oversight, enabling the department to track progress, identify challenges, and to effectively address them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Service Improvement Program remains one of the government's most significant funding mechanisms for delivering development services to our people, particularly those in rural and remote communities across Papua New Guinea. Through programs such as the District Services Improvement Program and the Provincial Services Improvement Program, the government continues to invest substantial public resources into improving infrastructure across our nation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in March this year, the Prime Minister visited the Sepik province, and whilst there he urged and challenged all of us leaders to use the Services Improvement Program, SIP funds wisely to develop our districts and our provinces. During this visit, which came on a front page article in the daily newspapers, reported the Prime Minister's message saying that when money is sent to districts and provinces, work must be done in delivering services in our electorates like schools, hospitals, roads, classrooms, and other projects. Mr. Deputy Speaker, since the inception of the Services Improvement Program in 2008, accountability of public monies remains one of the main criticisms that past government, and including this government, has faced in light of billions of kinas that are appropriated each year for development at the district and provincial levels through the SIP programs. Annually, 1.1 billion kina is appropriated under the SIP for the 96 districts and 22 provinces, while an additional 59 million is also appropriated under the district support grants, thus bringing the total appropriation to electorates throughout the nation to around 1.1239 billion kina. Critics simply are asking for greater transparency, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and accountability of these funds, and whether or not the SIP funds are properly applied and used to deliver basic public goods and services for the benefit of our people across our nation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is within this context that this government, through the Billum digital platform, was developed. The Billum digital platform is a centralized interactive digital system designed to support the Department of Implementation and Rural Development to monitor compliance on SIP implementation and to ensure timely paperless reporting are done by the provincial, districts, and city authorities. The platform enables provincial and district administrations to capture project information, update implementation of progress, and submit reports through a structured digital interface. This information is then made available at the national level to support oversight, planning, and evaluation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Department of Implementation and Rural Development has undertaken a progressive Phase 1 rollout of the Billum digital platform across the following 7 provinces of Milne Bay, Moresby, Western Highlands, West Sepik, Simbu, Eastern Highlands, East New Britain, and West New Britain provinces. Awareness and induction workshops have been conducted for provincial and district administrations in these provinces to introduce the platform and its functions. The sessions provided participants with an understanding of how the platform supports improved reporting and project monitoring. In addition, critical skills building training has been conducted for nominated officers from selected provincial and district administrations. These trainings focus on practical skills required to utilize the platform, including data entry, project reporting, and system navigation. Through these exercises, Mr. Deputy Speaker, officers responsible for program implementation are equipped with the necessary capacity to manage and report development activities using this system. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the feedback received from provincial and district officers during the trainings have been invaluable. As the primary users of this platform, their insights have also helped inform improvements and refinements to the system. This collaborative approach ensures that the platform continues to evolve in a way that meets the operational needs of provincial and district administrations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the benefits of the Billum digital platform are quite significant. Firstly, it strengthens transparency and accountability in the management of public monies by providing structured and accessible information on development projects. Secondly, it improves the quality and timeliness of reporting from provinces and districts. And thirdly, it enables government agencies to make better informed decisions based on reliable data. Ultimately, it supports the government's broader commitment to improving service delivery for our people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a lot has been done to get electorates within these provinces to be ready to use the Billum digital platform. The Marape Rosso government also recognizes that challenges remain in the implementation of the platform nationwide. These would include logistical constraints faced by remote districts, connectivity limitations in certain areas, and the ongoing need for capacity building among officers responsible for program implementation. This has prompted the Department of Implementation and Rural Development to work closely with provincial and district administrations to address these challenges and ensure a smooth transition of the usual business operations into the use of the platforms. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in November 2024, Nuku District was the first to submit its 2020 DSIP report using the Billum digital platform. Just last week, Lufa District was the second district to submit its 2025 DSIP report using the Billum digital platform. And Sandown Province was the first province to submit its 2025 PSIP report using the Billum digital platform. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the following electorates have been instructed to upload their 2025 PSIP and DSIP reports using the Billum digital platform. The Department of Implementation and Rural Development has advised through a circular dated 10th of February 2026 that it will no longer accept physical acquittal reports from administrations that have been onboarded to the Billum digital platform, and that includes Western Highlands Provincial, Mount Hagen City Authority, Tambul Nebilia District, Mulbaya District, Simbu Provincial, Kerawagi District, Gumine District, Eastern Highlands Provincial, Hanganofi District, Milne Bay Provincial, Alotau District, Samarai Mururua District, Esa Ala District, Kiriwena Good Enough, East New Britain Provincial, Gazelle District, Pomio District, Rabaul District, and Kokopo District. West New Britain Provincial, Talasia District, Nakanai District, Wanimo Green District, Aitapelumi District, Lay City Authority, Markham District, Wawaria District, and Nawai District. Looking ahead, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are committed to continue expanding the rollout of the Billum, digital Billum platform across the country for those that have not been included as part of the first 31 electorates, including my very own country in Gloucester. Further training and capacity building programs will be conducted to ensure that provincial and district administrations are fully equipped to utilize the system. The circular instructions from the department dated 10 February was issued by the Secretary to all provincial and district administrations and their respective finance offices, directing that all service improvement program reports will be submitted through the Billum digital platform. Mr. Deputy Speaker, initiatives such as the Billum digital platform demonstrates the Maraperoso government's commitment to modernizing governance systems and strengthening accountability in the management of public resources. By embracing digital solutions, we are now better positioned to ensure that development programs deliver meaningful outcomes for the people of Papua New Guinea. I appeal to all of us in this honorable House to work together to ensure that the Billum digital platform is deeply entrenched in our administrations. This is our opportunity to weave transparency and accountability into the very fabric of our country's development journey. Let us seize it with unity and determination. Such initiatives are important because it is through tightening up of the system that we can gradually cut out opportunities for the likelihood of shortcuts, abuse, and corruption. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, in closing, I wish to acknowledge the support of the Australian government through the Building Community Engagement Program, BCEP, which facilitated the engagement of Catalpa International, a not-for-profit systems developer. Their human-centered design approach and technical expertise have played a key role in the development of this Billum digital platform. I would also like to thank the National Executive Council for endorsing the Billum digital platform as a tool for monitoring and evaluating SIP and other rural interventions, and for directing the Department of Treasury and Department of Finance to ensure there is sustained budgetary support for the Billum rollout program and capacity building. I also wish to acknowledge the efforts of the Department of Implementation and Rural Development, provincial administrations, district administration, and other national stakeholders, and all officers who have contributed to the development and the rollout of this important initiative. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament take note of the statement by the Minister in lieu of the fact that you have a lunch coming up where you did indicate that we go for lunch and debate be made out of the day for the next sitting.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, this is to inform the members of Parliament that Public Finance Management Act 1995, PMFA, Finance Management Manual FMM, will be launched today, Wednesday, the 27th of May, in the State Function Room between 12 noon to 1 p.m. This manual is intended to equip departmental heads, head of finance, internal auditors, and all public officers with guidance on how to comply with the legislative requirements, strengthen the oversight, and foster the culture of the physical integrity throughout every level of government operation. The manual has Volume 6 is an elected member guide to PNG Public Finance Management to advise all elected officials of PNG Public Financial Management Arrangement. This is an important launching for all members of Parliament. Therefore, I urge all of you to attend this launching. Thank you very much. Honourable members, I now suspend Parliament for lunch. Parliament resume at 2 p.m. Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the Parliament do now adjourn until tomorrow 10 a.m.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I have it. Honourable members, I adjourn Parliament to tomorrow 10 o'clock a.m.